I am that well read. No big deal. All right, there we go. Oh, okay. Hold on. So there is a Wasm plugin ecosystem, something or other. Nope, not Istio. Wasm all the things. Nope, not that. Nope, not that. Xdism. You might consider this. I don't know if it's for what you're trying to do, but it's pretty cool. Right? And don't even think about it as being like Rust only, though it's probably written in a bunch of Rust. The main gist is anything that compiles to Wasm and has a PDK for a language, right? That just means that you can write plugins in your language of choice and have it be consumed by any language that has like a host, right? So the host SDK is available in Go, Ruby, Python, Node, Rust, C, C++, OCaml, Haskell, PHP, Elixir, .NET, Java, Zig, and more, right? And then for languages that you want to write plugins in that export to the Wasm that you would consume from these other places, you can do it in Rust, AssemblyScript, Go, C, C++, Haskell, or Zig, right? Like really cool. So it's a way of like opening up, like if you have some type of like plugin consuming software, allowing people to write plugins for your software in whatever they want, basically. Kind of cool. And yeah, exactly, Stux. It's a thing that we opt into as streamers, and I swear and smoke and drink and all that stuff, so probably worth just guarding a bit. It would probably improve my numbers a bit if I could prevent myself from swearing or drinking or smoking on stream. But what fun would that be? That's how GTK works. But GTK is specifically just like a UI tool, right? I think I'm thinking of that, right? Right? Isn't GTK just like a rendering tool? Right? For like cross-platform UI stuff? Or am I mixing that up? Okay, so glib, right, which is the GNU standard library or whatever, I'm guessing, works very similarly too. Oh, it is GTK lib. Oh, okay, okay. So it's for building out like new things for the GTK like rendering engine or whatever, right? I want to double check. Am I forgetting what GTK is? It is a widget toolkit. Yeah, perfect. Okay, that's what I thought. Programming languages. Oh, C and CSS. Checkmate. CSS is a programming language. So maybe you're more talking about how GTK itself is consumable with other things, right? Which I think is different, right? If you want to contribute to GTK, you're going to be writing it in the C++ or whatever, the C that it's written in. You can actually write code for the GTK in other languages? Oh, really? Okay, then. Never mind. I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. So yeah, it's basically taking that idea and creating like a formal ecosystem around it for everything else, right? Instead of just some ad hoc thing that GTK does, now anything can do it with the right patterns. So it's probably, yeah, distilling that into the right patterns. Okay, yeah, it makes sense. Blazing fast. Yeah, this is a really cool idea. I really like it. I just don't have a use case for it yet. Y'all know how Jamie Pine is doing that space drive thing, which I haven't heard about for a long time, so I hope they haven't totally stalled it. And what up, Teeny? How you doing? Yeah, what you up to? I really feel like Xtism could be the thing they end up using for like people to implement their own plugins if they want. Now, granted, I mentioned this kind of thing to Jamie, and he saw no possible use case or reason for a plugin system. And I consider that a major lack of vision. Not something you want your CEO to have, a lack of vision. So yeah, I questioned the entire project at that point. Why would I want plugins? Why wouldn't you want plugins? Like, I don't get it. Yeah, I don't know. Thank you for the follow, and Arcerna. Thank you. And Stux, I didn't even really catch the fact that that was a sub. Thank you for the sub. No, so I see the link, Stux. We've talked about that thing before. Right, the comment I have strictly about mock and other tools is, what is it about mocking library authors and being just terrible individuals? Right? The guy that wrote Faker, terrible individual. Person who wrote Mock, obviously, terrible individual. What is up with that? What is it with people making mocking libraries that just kind of suck? It's weird, man. It's super weird. Now, granted, Faker is no longer owned by the dude that sucks. But again, people drawn to maintaining a mocking library, I don't know. Hard to trust it. Right? Like, there's the Hitchhiker's Guide quote. Anyone capable and wanting to lead people should by no means be allowed to do so. Right? If they are capable of and they actually want to lead people, they should absolutely not have that authority because their motivations are most likely wrong. Right? The quote's something like that. I'm paraphrasing a bit. Hitchhiker's Guide. Here we go. There we go. This is the line. Oh, it's absolutely worth it. It's my favorite book. Yes, it's my Bible at this point. Douglas Adams and Kurt Vonnegut. I reread those books all the time. So, real quick. The major problem one of the major problems, for there are several, one of the many major problems with governing people is that of whom you get to do it. Or rather, of who manages to get people to let them do it to them. To summarize, it is a well-known fact that those people who must want to rule people are, ipso facto, those least suited to do it. To summarize the summary, anyone who is capable of getting themselves made president should on no account be allowed to do the job. Plugins and extensions are absolutely the same thing. Yeah. I would assume he pivoted on that. Hopefully due to my nudging, but probably not. He probably completely dismissed it and then 6 months later thought he had an original idea for it. We'll see. We'll see if I get an acknowledgement credit. Definitely not going to happen. Oh, so when you're saying the audio book, are you talking about the radio show? Or are you talking about, like, the actual audio book narrated by, what's his name? You're talking the radio show. Yeah, the radio show is great. Just amazing. There's actually the book itself that's narrated by... what's his fucking name? He was friends with Douglas Adams. He knows the actual answer, but he'll never tell anybody because he's that cool of a dude. Stephen Fry. Not Glenn Fry, Stephen Fry. Yeah. Yeah, Stephen Fry narrates, like, the actual, like, official audiobook and does a great job, too. Because he has just such a good voice for that stuff. What are we drinking? Whiskey and lemonade. And sweating, because it's like above 90 degrees where I'm at, and it's just too damn hot. Yeah, I never got that into the radio show. It'd probably be good for, like, podcasts and stuff. Or not podcasts, but, like, in the places that you would listen to a podcast. But I feel like there's a lot of nuance that gets missed in the radio show. Right? Just, like, I don't know, like, the universe you create while reading. Like, the visualizations you create and everything. Like, I don't know, it cheapens it, in my opinion. But again, if that's your only way of getting into it, then better to get into it than not. Because Hitchhiker's Guide is more of a philosophy book than a sci-fi book. Evidenced by this quote. Hope you realize this. He actually wrote most of, like, the vignettes and short stories and, like, pithy statements and bullshit. He did most of that while he was backpacking around Europe as a hitchhiker. So all these things are actually, like, him taking his acknowledgments and, like, observations of the world and making them into some goofy sci-fi. So yeah, it's basically a philosophy book. It's almost like a philosophy Bible because there's so many, like, parables and, like, just random, like, one-off vignettes, etc. Like, it's really cool, actually. I really, really, really recommend it. If you're looking for something else that's somewhat more serious, but not that much more serious, Welcome to the Monkey House by Kurt Vonnegut. I don't mean the short story that it's titled after. I mean the entire, like, anthology of short stories. Right? There's just so many good, like, short stories in here. Yeah. Oh, man. Where I Live is actually just, like, kind of boring, but Harrison Bergeron, Who Am I This Time? Welcome to the Monkey House. Thomas Edison's Shaggy Dog. Barnhouse Effect and Eufeo Question. Like, dude, some of the sci-fi in here is really good. And then some of the others are just good, fun reads. All the King's Horses is actually heart-wrenching, but also just a good, quick vignette that you can totally, like, read and understand and, like, you know, like, get what he was going for in the writing of it. The funniest part is, like, Welcome to the Monkey House itself was actually first published in Playboy. Now, there is a bit of, like, sexual stuff in there, which makes it somewhat Playboy-like, but, dude, 1968 Playboy, which was just far higher brow than modern-day Playboy. So, Stux, those are non-fiction. I'm talking about, these are all actually fiction, but philosophy. So, Stux, you're talking about non-fiction. No. No, I would say, like, yeah, if you're into, like, fiction of any kind, if you enjoyed Harry Potter, you'll probably enjoy some of these. But they're really quick, so you don't even have to worry about it. Thomas Edison's Shaggy Dog might be, like, the quickest and easiest read of the bunch. Stephen Fry's Mythos? I haven't read that. Yeah, I don't even know. But yeah, I don't know anything about Harlan. I've heard the name Harlan Ellison. But yeah, I didn't realize he did a lot of short stories, too. Yeah, exactly. Most of these, you're not going to get any, like, game idea. Ooh, Epicac is really fucking good, too. Yeah, Harrison Bergeron, they not forced us, but it was required reading in my high school English classes. Right? But again, it's like he has basically like a core theme that he wants to get across, and he does so via fiction, which is nice. I like that. Welcome to Monkey House is the same way. Thomas Edison's Shaggy Dog is just more kind of fun. Epicac is, yeah, like very much a philosophy kind of thing. The Eufeo Question and the Barnhouse Effect. Eufeo Question's actually fantastic. It's one of the most relevant short stories to today's like current like media consumption ever, right? And it was written in 1951. So yeah, I'd say of the things most relevant to today, I would say Eufeo Question, Harrison Bergeron, even Welcome to the Monkey House kind of works, and Epicac. Right? So there's like 4 short stories in there that are amazing. All right, so we have committed what we're doing. Hold on, I gotta do one thing real quick. I gotta make sure this window is sealed up because it is definitely like way too hot in here. Yeah, let me double check the tape on the window. The other side. boy. All right, there we go. See, every year during the summer, I gotta cut out cardboard and then tape it up on the window and then tape that to the window's like edges so that I can like seal up the window to, you know, exhaust the air and take in new air. But yeah. And that tape is not holding as much as I would like, but it is Gorilla Tape, so it's holding better than it should, you know. So I'm okay with it. Really? Dude. $91 fucking degrees right now. It doesn't even get reasonable until 3 a.m. Yeah, we're actually in like an excessive heat warning. I know, I get it, Paddywhack. I was talking with my boss earlier today. She lives in Hawaii. She's like, yeah, it's like 110 or something. You know, whatever. 90 would be nice. Gnarly, Dion. Wait, in the state you're in, you had a tornado warning? When I used to live in that state, I never saw a tornado warning in that state. That's insane. Exactly, Paddywhack. Yeah. So here in Washington State, pretty much no apartments have AC. Pretty much no houses have basements. Like, it's actually kind of insane. Okay, yeah, I didn't want to reveal that. Yeah, that's insane. Like, tornadoes in New Jersey? That's insane. Yeah, that's the gnarliest thing I've ever heard. He already said Jersey. Several unusual tornadic storms this month? Is that due to the Gulf Stream collapsing, or is it just random? Northern Virginia had tornado warnings too? Gnarly, dude. Oh, hold on, let's fix the beanie. That's too much brim. There we go. Man, I'm already like flushing in the face too. It's just that warm, huh? I'd assume so, Dagley. That's kind of funny. That is actually really funny. And yeah, like every house we lived in New Jersey totally had basements. Like, so weird. Knocked out power for a bit in Oklahoma. Interesting. Yeah, interesting, Paddywhack. Yeah, I used to live in Ponca City. Ages ago, but yeah. Only memory I have from Ponca City is getting my thumb caught like in the pivot of the screen door and losing I think it was on this hand, losing my entire thumbnail and having like a giant scab on my finger. That's my only memory of Ponca City. I actually remember going to like a park while I had that on my thumb too. Ah, it's fine. Dude, I was like 5, maybe 6. Kids are gonna get hurt. That's it. That's all there is to it. Kids get hurt. I learned to not put my finger in the fucking pivot point of a screen door anymore. West of Tulsa? Makes sense. Nice. Yeah, a little bit sucks. That's actually the craziest part. For the longest time, and I even still have like some fairly distinct memories from it, I could remember pretty much every place that we lived, but only due to some like pain or injury at the place. I remember being maybe 3 or 4 in Arizona, and a basketball came down, like one of the rubber basketballs, like scraped the front of my chest, and it was like raw, right? Because it was like sunburnt too. Yeah, I remember scraping my entire like front of my chest as like a, I guess, 4-year-old, which is gnarly. Right, and basically I could do that with some memory like that from every place we lived for a long time, and it actually used to blow my mom's mind. It's fine, you know. You live, you heal, you're fine. But the fact that, like, yeah, your memory, like, oh, the things that are fun are good? No. You remember pain. Pain is very closely tied to memory. Probably due to, like, an evolutionary, like, mechanism, right? The more something remembers the pain it dealt with from a thing, the less it's gonna do it, and the higher survivability. But, yeah, it was very interesting. Like, pain was the biggest, like, you know, trigger for, like, creating, like, a long-lasting memory for a long time. Most people don't remember anything from before, like, the age of 4. Like, nothing. And I actually have some somewhat vivid memories that have been confirmed, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, it's why when someone can never actually remember to do something, it doesn't feel right to hold them accountable for it, but they are. Because if they actually cared enough, they'd remember, right? Now, I'm not saying everybody remembers everything all the time, but shit. When it becomes like the 3rd, 4th, maybe 5th time you're reminding someone of this thing, yeah, their forgetting is borderline intentional at that point. You still have a bit of a scar from it. Interesting, Paddywhack. Yeah, that's cool. Right? And how old must you have been at the time, right? Probably like 5 or 6 or some bullshit. Yeah, very interesting stuff, though. I don't know, I like these conversations. We already fixed a bug, right? So we don't gotta, like, rush, but yeah, we should get some stuff done. So let's keep hacking. The next step is I want to do the value feature. So, Owen, youngest thing you can remember, or youngest thing you can remember generally? Because I bet there might be some, like, one-off memory from younger that you might have, but maybe not. I don't know. And yeah. This is CRT, cool retro term. It's got a bunch of bugs. It's probably not the one you want to use for your daily driver, but when you're just having some fun, yeah, it works. When you actually end up needing tabs, etc., yeah, maybe just use something else. But if you're just trying to have some fun, impress your coworkers, etc., it works great. There you go, Owen. Yeah, for sure. That's a pretty solid early memory that it's really hard to forget and actually kind of easy to, like, you know, verify. Your parents probably remember. There you go. Yeah, man. Dude, I love memories like that. Interesting paddywhack. Yeah, so... Right? The way I phrase that is like, it's the moment you clicked on as an actual individual versus just being, you know, just a baby or a toddler or whatever. And yeah, my click on, actually I remember some things from before the click on, but man, like I remember when I actually like clicked on and started remembering like general memories. And that was when I must have been 5 maybe? We were living in Texas. And we had a cat we called Little One. Well, some bird swoops down for some reason, I don't know why, and our cat Little One, who was an outdoor cat through and through, jumped up like 4 or 5 feet in the air, like higher than I am tall at the time, and swoops this bird out from midair. And it's got it in its claws, and it's just crunching and munching and killing it. And yeah, that's my first memory, like, where I really, like, clicked on. Not my absolute first memory, but where, like, general memories started getting recorded. No, so what I want to say, though, Stux, is, like, no, my oldest memory is from before that. The basketball one I just mentioned, some other, like, random, like, one-shots, I actually remember those still. But as far as, like, general memory goes... Yeah, that was about, like, 5 years old. Maybe 4.5. I don't know exactly. Yeah, your click-on moment. Exactly. And it's really not that crazy, Stux, when you think about the fact that our brain is still forming in massive ways at the time, right? It might not even be beneficial for you to remember those earliest stages. Right? There may be some evolutionary reason to actually, like, ditch those memories anyway. I mean, Dagley, we all have days in which we click off. I've had days this year that I can't possibly remember any discernible memory from. Just means there wasn't anything that fun that day. Ooh, so Stux, what I'm actually getting at is, at your youngest age, you might actually still remember a lot of those moments. Right? Your click on is where general memory starts getting recorded into, like, major long-term. Versus, like, working long-term is, like, a hazy way I want to describe that. But what I'm getting at, Stux, is I think there's probably some evolutionary like reason for not needing any of those moments, right? Yeah, your brain's still developing, etc. Sure, hasn't developed the capacity for major long-term memory storage, but also there might be a major point of, like, in our evolutionary cycle, simply discarding the things we learned as a baby because they're not actually useful. Ooh, Dagley, no. Alzheimer's isn't like an on-off switch. You'll actually remember stuff and you'll be conversational for a long time. Right? It just progressively gets worse and worse, and the bouts in which you have no idea what's going on become longer and longer. That's actually how Alzheimer's progresses. So it's not one permanent, like, click off. It's a gradual, you know, you lose yourself. As far as I understand it, my dad has memory issues. It's not Alzheimer's, but it is some type of memory impaired style dementia, which is tough. But he absolutely remembers stuff, you know? Maybe. You've probably seen it, but I would still say, even then, you still have moments of yourself until, like, the final stages. That might be the difference. Your knowledge of yourself might change, but you're actually still you. Right? Even with Alzheimer's, you still act like you. So that's the tougher part. It's not like you're a whole new person, you're just yourself stuck in time, almost. But nah, like, yeah, nah, it gets worse. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the final stages are brutal. It's just so strange that, like, your personality still sticks around, even when you can't actually remember the people around you. I think that's maybe the part I was trying to get at. So at that point, isn't it still kind of just you? Not even video, FD. No, like, they'll even, like, remember all sorts of stuff, but not recognize that you're the person they're telling you about, you know? Right? The memories are still there. I don't know, Dagley, is that the way that works? My dad's is different. It's not actually Alzheimer's, it's a different thing. It was oxygen deprivation induced memory issues, I guess is the only way to phrase it. He had a cardiac arrest in which he was without oxygen for like 5+ minutes. That induces a lot of brain damage. It seemed to have only affected his memory, which is interesting. So it's almost like your body shuts down the parts of the brains it doesn't need anymore quicker than the parts that it actually, like, truly needs. Right? And long-term memory is not as important towards basic faculties. Ooh, so Dagley, like, I still say, though, that there's plenty of, like, Alzheimer's patients out there in the world that they keep losing things, but they actually retain so much still, right? Of, like, who they are as a person versus, like, long-term memory. So personality and memory are not actually as closely tied as we think. That's what I'm getting at. I know we all like to think that we are the sum of our memories and that creates our personality. I don't think it's so, like, clear-cut. Right? You're not just the sum of your memories. And yeah, how you doing, Duck Typed? What you up to? Ooh, Miracle Gus, have you ever read the short story? The short story is way better than the movie. Like, way better. It's actually a really short read, too. Yeah, it's a Philip K. Dick. Yep. Yeah, I'd recommend reading the whole story, not just the synopsis, but both are just as good. As far as getting, like, the gist. So yeah, real quick, I just want to throw this out there. Anyone willing to leave me a lurk on the YouTube? You'd be helping me out. Ooh, it definitely should. Yeah, it definitely should, Miracle. Here's another fun one. Have you ever read it's longer than a short story, but not a full novel. Have you ever read The Running Man? That shit's really good, too. That shit's really good. All right, the movie's entertaining, but the short story, or the novelette, I guess is what they call it, is really fucking good. Yeah, so keep that in mind. Like, it's actually not even close to the same thing. There's, like, some overlapping elements, but, right, in the movie, Arnold is in just some, like, arena area that is only for the combatants. In the short story, he has to just survive out in the real world, and regular people are incentivized to report him for money. Right? So it takes on a very different, like, political and philosophical, like, bent to it versus, like, the Arnold version. Right? The short story, or the novelette, is about, like, can you trust your fellow man type shit. And the way it ends will probably not be able to happen as an ending to film for another 20 years at least. I don't want to spoil it, but it's really fucking good. Yeah. Like, Miracle Gus, it's amazing. It's really fucking good. Exactly, sucks. If they can make a bounty from reporting you, yeah. And it, like, totally goes into this whole thing about, like, the money dynamic and some of the politics around that bullshit and blah, blah, blah. Like, it's really cool. The movie's entertaining. It's pretty good. But it's not as good as the short story. Shit, the best part about the movie is Jesse Ventura being, like, the aerobics instructor guy. Ooh, yeah. He starts doing, like, the dances and shit. Like, dude, that's the best part of the movie, actually. Jesse Ventura just playing, like, the aerobics guy. It's so good. He's like, ooh, yeah. Like, doing those faces and shit. Oh, yeah. Like, dude, so good. Ooh, so Dagley, I'd say Starship Troopers actually does it right. Fuck the book. The book sucks. The movie is actually like a very magical treatise against fascism. Right? Like, the movie actually does so much better than the book. The book is pro-fascism. The movie is anti-fascism. Right? Using satire. Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy. I'd say the movie is so much better than the book. The book takes itself too seriously, has no comedy, and really actually believes what it's saying. The movie knows for a fact they don't believe what they're saying, and they make it as over the top as possible using like the, I'm doing my part, would you like to know more? Right? All that bullshit. Like, the movie nails it. And it kind of like makes sense once you realize that the director of Starship Troopers was the director of RoboCop. I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna have to double check that now. Yep. Hold on. Wait, where is it? Paul Verhoeven, right? Yep, Paul Verhoeven. So yeah, the RoboCop guy, the Total Recall guy. Paul Verhoeven fucking nailed it. He made it campy for a reason. It was supposed to feel like a 1950s propaganda film. And if you know, like, if you've seen RoboCop, you know that Paul Verhoeven is very much a fan of, like, the little vignettes that give you, like, a view into the world around you, right? The I'm doing my part stuff, the would you like to know more, is very much similar to the I'd buy that for $1 type stuff in RoboCop. Right? So, Paul Verhoeven is actually, like, the satire master. It's just a shame that with Starship Troopers, so many people didn't realize the level of satire he was going for. And Casper Van Dien is a terrible fucking actor. That's also part of it. I'm not saying I could do better, but I don't know if I could do that much worse. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Heinlein is pro-fascism in his books. Which is interesting, though, because growing up during World War I and World War II should kind of give you an anti-fascist bent, shouldn't it? But instead, it actually points out the fact that the US used fascism to fight fascism. Am I saying his name wrong, Stux? I don't know. I'm just guessing. Verhoeven instead of Verhoeven? I don't know, man. Verhoeven. I'm like, I don't know. I don't give a shit. Y'all know what I meant. No, that's actually my point, Dagley, right? You had McCarthy after World War II. It was actually because we utilized the idea of fascism to fight fascism. Right? The draft, etc., is fascism. Right? So it actually kind of like exemplifies why McCarthy was allowed to happen, because the US dove into fascism to fight fascism. Which is kind of weird. Right? The internment camps, etc. Holy shit, like so fucking fascist. So it's actually not that crazy. Verhoeven. Nah, that's fine. Dagley, if Dennis Villanueva, or whatever his name is, has his way, yes, he will absolutely do the full story. Right? The key is, if enough people are willing to watch it while it gets weird. Alright, the second movie is going to get weird. The one after that's going to get even weirder. Ah, there you go. Alright, nice filter. I would still say anything important you want to have shipped, never do it to your apartment's, like, mailing address. Do it to a P.O. box in which you can hold someone accountable if they give out your package to someone else. Yeah, I'm glad you didn't get screwed, but I'm still saying, like, this is an early warning that you should be heeding right now. Oh, I don't know, Dagley. Like, they would most likely squeeze that one into, like, 4 separate films. Like, they'd break that shit up so much. I mean, Stux, it could be like The Martian, right? Have people just contribute and add stories until you build it, and then you don't pay anybody for helping you write the entire book. Yeah, it should just be like The Martian. No big deal. Right? You know that, right? That entire film and book were written using crowdsourced information, etc. And that dude just took all that money to the bank. Yep. There you go, James. Nice. All right, so the thing we're doing, the thing we're building, we want to get value types working now. And what do I mean by value types? Well, let's go log in. A little bit there, Dagley. Yeah, a little bit. This is yours? No. This is mine now. All right, so I think I got some stuff to fix here. We're gonna reject that. All right, so the big gist is we go to value here, we create a new feature. We're gonna go value. And we don't have any form for this. Value is just a single value. All right, so let me use the restroom. I'll be right back, and I'll see you in a sec. I think the main gist is I need to account for a default value. Okay, I'm back. That was a quick one. Oi. So yeah, value type can either be a string or a number. If we select number, then we end up needing number type. Right? So that's where some of that comes from. I think the default value actually happens in our code, right? In like the implementation where someone is checking if the feature is on or off or whatever, and whatever the value is in the environment we care about. So this is the part where I want to get this working just right. And the key to that is knowing what value is here. I think it's just an input, like a single input. Yeah, I like this so far. All right, so it's a single input. You double check some stuff, make sure no one's reaching out online or anything. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. And super cool, real quick. Everyone out there, go check out Nate Codes and his brand new channel. Right? He started a YouTube channel. 18,000 views. 8 reposts, 4 quotes, bunch of bookmarks and likes. Yeah, he's a good dude. It's awesome. But yeah, he's starting a YouTube channel. Go give it a sub. You know you want to. I'd like to actually start joining him for some of his like Twitter space stuff. Would y'all be kind of like pumped on me joining some spaces from time to time on this channel? Would that be chill? Oh yeah, he's great, man. Yeah, very humble dude. Spaces are a Twitter like audio only thing. Right? It's like a group audio only chat. No, they've had spaces for like a while now. I believe they've just now opened it up to allowing people to dial in from desktop. It used to be only on mobile. I only know this because I dialed into someone's space just because I saw the button in my browser and was like, oh, what's this? And then I clicked it, and then I was in a space with Jacob M.G. Evans, and I think Nate Codes was there. I think Theo was there. I think there was a few people there. I requested to speak just because I saw a button and clicked it. And then when I spoke, they're like, oh my God, your audio sounds so good. Oh, okay, cool. I don't know, I was just clicking buttons. So yeah, that was awesome. So at this point, I think, yeah, we'll probably end up hearing like Theo and a bunch of other people with really good audio on spaces now, because they just realized that you can use your desktop and like your good audio for it. I'm basically, who influences the influencers? CM Griffin. No big deal. We're not there yet, but we're working up to it, okay? But yeah, we got to think about what the UI for this looks like. I think it's just an input field. Kind of a big deal. .gif. Yeah, exactly, Jotson. Exactly. And hey, man, I feel like I haven't seen you forever. What are you up to? Oh, it's only been a few months. Yeah, you were commenting on the Ween. Yes, you're the Ween fan. Alright. Gotcha. I had to go look at your chat. Yeah, for sure. No, I was like, well, hold on. When was the last time you were here? And then last time you were here, you were like, Ween? Push the little daisies. Been a while. No eggs, sorry. Haha, no worries. Haven't heard this song in years. Right? That's all I got. I don't, there's a bunch of moments between those, so they're not even, contiguous. But yeah, as a streamer, I can look at everyone's, chat history in my own stream. Which is why all y'all that say some weird shit from time to time, Pepperidge Farm remembers. Changing work situation? Nice. Ah, god damn it. I need to send my resume and a calendar link to someone. They sent me a message on Wednesday, and yeah, I'm slacking on replying to them. It's not something I'm necessarily too keen on, but I think it opens up some other fun projects eventually if I can establish it. And it'd be contracting, so I could just do it on my own time at night. As long as the time commitment works. Yeah, it's a little tougher. I don't know. We'll see. The rate is really awesome. The rate that they advertised is way up there. It'd basically be an extra 10 grand in my pocket for a month of work. Which would not be bad. It would definitely not be bad. Anyone here ever messed with LWC, which is Lightning Web Components? It's a Salesforce thing. The company that makes Arc, right? So Arc 2 ran out of money? What have they been doing? They're just doing too much. They need to release way sooner. Yeah, that's a shame. I'd buy the game if it was out. If they even had a good early release or anything, I'd totally buy it. So at this point, someone just needs to make their own version of Arc, right? How hard could it be to establish a Rust-style game with dinosaurs? Whatever. They can't patent dinosaurs. Yeah, that just screams of, like, mismanagement, Ellen. But yeah, I don't know. SEC? What does the Securities and Exchange Commission have to do with ARK? Yeah, I don't know. No idea. Maybe link the article somewhere else. I'll check it out later. All right, let's pour another beverage. And yeah, haven't heard from any homies, so I don't think we're trying to play any Baldur's Gate tonight. Technically, tonight is Madden night. You pasted it over to Discord? Yeah, I'll check it out later. You hit 100 on Diablo 4 and now it feels like there's nothing to do. I'm surprised that you felt like there was something to do at level 80. Didn't it feel that way for like 20 levels? And what up, CodeBosh? How you doing? There was one thing left to do, and that was get to 100. And now that you're at 100, there's nothing left to do. They'd happily make you keep grinding for those, like, uniques, right? Like the ultra legendaries or whatever they are. Don't you want to get one of those? It's only a 1 in a trillion chance. Oh, probably more than 1 in a trillion chance. Or less than, depending on how you look at it. Someone posted evidence of getting one of them. It happened. One of them has been found. It was a bug. Of course. And they just decided to not delete them? Oh my god. Okay, so that's it. Never mind. You know more about it than I do, shit. I just saw someone posting like, I got one! Alright, so the thing we're doing real quick. We need to get to the edit feature screen. Yeah, thanks, CodeBosh. Like, we're getting a bunch of good functionality in there. I'm still not happy with, like, the rationalization process of remote to local. This is where I wish I had a product team to help figure this out for me. A designer to help figure out how to, like, show the UI for it. But instead, I just gotta, like, lean on myself to figure that shit out, which means it's not gonna be great, but it'll be better than nothing. But yeah, we need just the input field right there. We need to just modify it. We need to just call that good. So we see a toggle. Meep, meep, meep. Snarf. How you doing, Fallen Learns? What you up to? Yeah, the meep, that's like the Roadrunner, right? I feel like meep is also another thing, like, is that what Beaker says in Sesame Street? Okay, yeah, okay. I couldn't actually tell which reference you were making, so I made both. Meep, 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 meep. And then there's like the Roadrunner. Meep, meep. But I get references, okay? It's what I do. It's nice to be good at something. But Ibby, thank you for that follow. Appreciate you. How you doing? Cotter, Mr. Sir. Your hovercraft is full of eels. Okay. Sounds good there, James. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry, I don't know that reference at all. But yeah, Cotter, Mr. Sir, thank you for the sub. Really looking forward to seeing you again at TwitchCon. You got the icon, right? So you're definitely going to be there. I still haven't bought my ticket, but I will. I'm going to figure out the hotel room thing, too. Yeah. Yeah, so. Ooh, so, hold up. I just want to say this right now, Cotter. The hotels near the convention center are expensive. Hotels on the Strip are cheap as fuck, right? Get one close to the monorail, and you're good. You're totally good. Yeah, there's a monorail that goes from, like, MGM Grand all the way into, like, the convention center, basically. So you'll just take that to and from the convention center and be totally fine. If you want to do, like, the Strip. But yeah, the ones next to the convention center, super spendy. Super spendy. Yeah, a monorail ticket's like $50 for the entire time you're there. It's worth it. So much cheaper than Uber. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm going to be going pretty early. Yep. Yeah, so ticket information. If you get a 5-day pass, unlimited usage, $44. So cheap. So much cheaper than a cab or anything. What things are awfully loud? You're saying the monorails? Yeah, what do you mean duct typed? Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe the monorail's super loud, but I don't give a shit. I'll be in a hotel room. On the monorail after closing hours? Yeah, I guess I haven't seen what time they run to. Train hours? Dude, it goes till 2 or 3 a.m. every night. Oh, as far as, like, how many people are going to be on it? Yeah, it'll be pretty brutal. Yeah, it's not going to be great. Yeah, when everyone's trying to leave. Here's the thing. Most people are getting their tickets at the hotels right there at the convention center. Suckers. Yeah, shit. I bet those hotels don't even have a casino in them. Fuck that shit. No. It's just one of those things where, like, it takes having at least someone be nearby at, like, the approved whatever. But yeah, like, dude, even the, like, at San Diego last year, did you actually pick the Hard Rock or whatever? Or that Hilton? Terrible idea. Terrible idea. So 300 a night is really not that bad. Oh, it's a 1 mile walk. Yeah. I had like a few block walk as well. Totally worth it though for cheaper accommodation. Same thing in Vegas, you know. But 300 a night's actually not terrible. You got it early enough. There's some people saying that like the hotels near the convention are gonna go up to like 1,000 a night. Yeah, my hotel was like directly across from like the like one of the arcades, you know. But yeah, like, dude, I'm fine for this. Like, yeah, Monday might suck. I'll just take take an Uber or whatever. Oh, the monorail song? There you go. Yeah. Sorry, no, that makes sense. Yeah, I remember the episode, like the Simpsons monorail episode, for sure. Yeah, good call. Ooh, did Acorn get a sweet little raid? Hell yeah, she deserves it. Aw, really, Jather? That's actually awesome. I totally would have picked that just for fun. Yeah, that's actually really cool. Zima board? What is Zima board? No, I've never heard of it. If you got a link, feel free to link it. Hell yeah, Ecstasy. Zima board. You kids with your hula hoop, Zima, and Pac-Man video games. Oh, that sounds awesome, Ecstasy. Nice, good work. Yeah, that's a really good bot, man. I like how you got a niche of doing, like, bot stuff. So, yeah. World's first hackable single board server. I find it weird that they didn't add, like, the other .9 on there. Create your own personal NAS. Really? How does that work? Yeah, it's very, like, Apple-like. Yeah. Oh, it has a PCIe right on the side? Oh, that's legit. The fact, oh my god, he's plugging in a massive fucking graphics card into the PCIe slot on the side. That's actually kind of genius. I think the goal would be, like, you could turn this into, like, your own, like, home, like, machine learning, like, server. Yeah, this is not a bad idea. I like it. I get it. It does look a little goofy. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, my Zoom is fucking it up. I hate their website. Right? The other one, like, the animations didn't seem so like, oh, but you can get in a state where, like, you're not seeing anything. Is this actually what someone was intending here? That don't seem right. Now, I'd much rather just have it to where, like, they show something and then animate it. But right, like, I don't know. I don't like the animations, like, going back up. Yeah, I'm not a fan. It's too much movement. It's just too much movement. If it had just been a static site, I'd be more stoked on it, actually. I don't know why it's like the new, like, Web 4.0, like, thing to just have way too much fucking animation going on. I've heard of Home Assistant. Yeah, we used to get rated by a bunch of people doing Home Assistant stuff. I've never used one. I don't know. Frigate and AI assistant stuff? Yeah, it makes sense. So, hold on. I'm lurking someone's stream right now, and it seems like there's a moment in which they were talking about, like, hot tub streams or whatever. At which point I was like, you know what? I might even donate, like, subs, right? Like, gift subs to prevent a hot tub stream here, right? Like a Speedo stream. That could actually be, like, a good monetization strategy. Like, yeah, if you guys don't donate enough, Speedo stream coming at you. Right? It's like a threat instead of an incentive. Right? It's just a threat. Yeah, if y'all don't resub and get my subs up above 300, well, you know what? I might do a stream in my bathtub. Deal with it. No, I wouldn't do it, but it'd be hilarious. Yeah, exactly. Oh, man, it'd just be a shame if somebody went and, like, ruined your eyeballs forever. There would be shorts, but Beanie would still be on in the tub. For sure. Absolutely. Guaranteed. Yeah, James is taking notes. Good idea. Oh, man. That's how you can totally get back into the game. Duh, James. I'm dying. Yeah, no, Zima board seems cool. It does seem pretty damn cool. All right, so here we go. We got value coming in next. So it's no longer a selective list. It's just an input. Yeah, we just see a bunch of radios there. I know I have inputs on other pages. Let's go look at like, oh wait, edit feature actually has it in the name of the feature. That's where we need to just find that bit. I know we got an input here somewhere. So wait, we do that as the H2. Yeah, it's just text input. Okay, so yeah, that's actually a quicker and easier thing than I was remembering. So we'll do value there. I don't actually want to do this part. So this is for that individual feature? I don't think that's right. Feature is a different thing. Yeah, so this is a totally different thing. If feature type is value, default value is then feature details. That's it. So our type should be good there, and we should end up seeing dev value pricing, right? And that should totally refresh and we see the value there. Cool. I think we're good. So gradual, scheduled, selective, and value. They're separate feature groups. Alright, so let's keep going. I got the whiskey in me. You know what that means? I think I know what that means. Oh, that looks odd. Oh, no, that was actually kind of close. There we go. That's not actually what I intended. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't actually want to show the webcam. Yeah, there we go. Rolling one up. I don't know what I'm rolling up, but you might hear something about it here in a second. Hey, what up, Prophets? Oh, do you know Coding with Strangers at all? He actually reached out yesterday about, like, InfoSec stuff, and I pointed him to, like, the InfoSec streams, like, link. Saw your name in there, so thought of you. But, yeah. Hero from Coding with Strangers is most likely going to be trying to learn some security stuff. So, yeah, man. I'd say keep a lookout for him. Support when you can. Like, yeah, it's super cool. I love the fact that he's doing that. Yeah, no worries, Prophets. And I saw your anniversary photo. Congrats, man. Like, super cool. Yeah, super cool. Yeah, congrats, man. Like, you don't look anything like you, but I actually kind of see you in the photo. But it's just weird, like, how people change over, like, X amount of years, right? Like, super cool. Yep. Oh, I mean, duct type. Do you know about Anthony Wright's code? There we go. Y'all didn't see nothing. Nothing happened. Ain't nothing. Y'all didn't hear shit. I don't know what you're talking about. Ooh-wee. I should probably slow down on these a little bit. Okay, so yeah, 1 second, duct tape. 1 second. Oh no. I poured too much whiskey into this. I'm gonna need to water it down here in a sec. Alright, so yeah, the streamer we want to shout out, I think he's like the main Python streamer I know of, Anthony Wright's Code. Anyone else that wants to chime in with other Python streamers? I think, hold on, no, real quick. Lurk skills over 9,000? I mean, I got some pretty good ones. So bam, Anthony Wright's Code. Yeah, he does a lot of Python stuff. He's written libraries. He does like major things with Python. Whiskey ratio to water? I typically do like a standard, actually like lighter than a normal bar pour. No, someone asked specifically about Python streamers, Xmetrics, and Anthony Wright's Code is one of them. I mean, Time Enjoyed does Python, but I wouldn't say she's an expert, but watching her learn is probably a good way to learn Python too, right? So, yep, let's do... Probably gotta wait on the timer. No, I can probably do the shout out. Time enjoyed. Oh, shout out didn't work. If I could type. Oh, I gotta wait 40 seconds. But yeah, we'll do another. Misty, but she doesn't stream. Oh, yeah. No, this person's looking for, like, specific, like, Python streamers. So far as I know, there's really only, like, 2. There's only 1 Java streamer I know, which is interesting, and that's AlgoBro. So, yeah, I kind of like the people that have a niche. It's kind of cool. That is a strong pour. All right, so real quick. I pour it to about there with the whiskey, and then water to the rest. I don't do the ice thing, because I'm way too lazy for that part. I do need to add more water to that one. So yeah, we got the input value for it. It's really nothing special. No matter what, like, these values need to get set. So we're good. Let's make sure that actually persists. Yep. Yeah, so we've got the app wired up as we need. I should probably write some better tests rather than relying upon, like, a quick refresh. Thanks, DocType. Yeah, no worries. I think I'm into it. All right, there it is. We exposed another bug of the app. We're not updating types as we need to from existing types when we add a new environment after a feature has already been made. And that is extremely awkward right there. We're also, as a side case, when we're a number, we're not validating if that's actually a number. So we actually need some proper, like, better form validation. All right, there's a very specific place we're not updating that in the app. Yeah, we need to fix that bug ASAP. So, pivot. Shave that yak. It's the nature of the app being this like early stage into its newest like version, right? We have to move fast and like break things and fix things, and you know, once everything like settles, that's how you know what the actual shape is. So yeah. Again, I think there's a lot of things I tried to plan out ahead of time, and there's a lot of things that I've simply had to like embrace as I'm building it. I find there's a flaw in treating the initial thought process as a contract of like how it had to work. Right? That's like an architect kind of thing. All right, so yeah. Sure, you could be better at one or the other, but you should still be like good enough at both to be like just a better developer. Yeah, oh, so X metrics. Yes, we have a link to that. It's like right here. Yep, this is the one. Right, I'm gonna keep bringing this shit up for like until I go blue in the face because it's such a good anecdote. Right, so back in the day, famed Broadway director Gower Champion was directing a musical. With time pressure mounting, he entered the theater during a rehearsal and was alarmed to see the cast just standing around on stage. The choreographer was just sitting there. In the second row of the audience, his head in his hands. The director asked, "What's going on?" "I just don't know what to do next," the choreographer lamented. The director blinked. "Well, do something so we can change it." Right? It's a very short story in which, like, you know what? You don't know what's right or wrong until you've actually just tried something and seen if it worked. If you're at a true crossroads where you're just not sure, then just try something. Right? After you've tried it, you can recognize that it really wasn't the way. Like, you know, but you have to do that. Oh, and Joseph over on YouTube. You're not wrong. I could do input number, but I'd have to definitely like specify that based upon if we're using a number type or not, right? If like the value type is number technically, and we definitely have this check that we're doing that we can use later for our logic. So you're totally right. We can totally selectively pick like a number input too. Yeah, totally an option. I think it gets tricky because, well, then do we actually want to restrict what the step is based upon the number inputted? Oh, if you give me like a number between 0 and 1, do I need to restrict like the step to 100th, 1,000th? I don't know. Right? So you get into like some like kind of heavy stuff for that part. Does that make sense? So I'm being lazy by just ignoring that problem right now, but you're right. I should be doing a selective like number input maybe. Typically number's kind of tricky though. Right? Number does have some downsides. Whereas just letting it be a a text input that you treat as a number actually allows the user a lot more like affordances of like what they could type, and it just kind of works. So there's kind of like that too. Right? Especially if you do like 2 locale string and it actually knows they're in a time zone that does commas for numbers instead of, or sorry, right, commas or periods, vice versa for like thousands place. Right? If you just end up letting some of the other logic kick in after a parse float or a parse int, it's better than restricting it to pure number. Maybe the pure number input actually allows the commas and stuff willy-nilly. You know, like comma versus period, European versus like US. So yeah, I'm not sure on that one. But for the most part, parse float and parse int do, I think, understand those. Let's double check that. Actually, that's a very good thing to double check. That's an assumption I have that I might be totally wrong. Oh, it didn't do it the way I wanted. All right, hold on. There we go. Ah, shit. All right, there we go. Right? Oh, so parse float doesn't even handle that. Shit, that's right. You'd need to pass it through a way better number, like, format. Yeah, that's totally a problem. Hold on, let me double check this. There's no way it's like going Euro on me, right? Yeah, it's just gonna find the one. Yeah, so there's other like number formats you might want to use, but you want to allow the user to type something like that, technically. Or you have to restrict the number input. Like, and then create like a facade that shows it as the number they'd be typing anyway based on their locale. Like, there's so many like edge cases to trying to handle number formatting. But you're right that parse float and parse int aren't going to handle that one anyway. Number from string. Yeah, hold on. I just want to see, like, there's got to be something here. String to number, extract numbers. It could actually be worth it for something like this. Right? Allow the user to type whatever they want, but, like, we get it. Yeah, nah, I'm good. It gets like a 40, and it hasn't been touched in 5 years. Like, no, that's a big no from me. Alright, so that's gone. This right here. Yeah, that was that. Goodbye. Now this really doesn't have much more usage, actually. Oh, here's the thing. It actually just gives you a string back, though. It's just a regular expression as a service? Yeah, I can see why that's not that useful either. Three months ago? 4 years ago. README-driven development for the past 4 years. What the fuck? Alright, cool. What the... Right, and that's it. What? They just keep updating the year in the README. That's it. That's totally it. Oh, that's brutal. Oh, that's so sad. Alright, so yeah, no thanks. I totally thought like parse float could handle the number separators. All right, so let's try this again. Let's look at some stuff. Let's verify it somewhere at least. Oh, need a tab. All right, so right, so that becomes 1,000. That also becomes 1,000. So they treat the separators as the same regardless. Right, this problem becomes so much trickier. What we end up needing to do is instead maybe do what you were saying there, Joseph. Make it a number input. Ignore characters that don't matter based upon their locale and how it becomes. So, like, we gotta listen for, like, locale bullshit. Like, man, I don't know. God, yeah, numbers suck. Because no matter what, I still need to convert this to a number I can actually use on the back end. There's got to be some number parsing library. The issue is number formatting and how people want to type it based upon the country they live in. In Europe, you would type 1,000 with a... Right, like, hold on. Technically, here's a bigger issue. Right? So in Europe, you would do something like this. And that parses to 1. Yeah. Like a bunch of that shit ecstasy. Yes, totally. Yeah. Yeah, so European formatting, like, I'm not even sure if it's every country, but even then, parse float still sees, like, the comma and it's like, nah, fuck it. Yeah, we'll bail out. We're good. How about parse int? How does parse int do it? Right, so then at some point you have to, like, either, like, selectively filter based upon the region they're in, right? The one their browser's, like, reporting. I think that's the move, right? I haven't had to deal with this too much because, like, the main, like, international system I've had to deal with was European only, actually. Right? So it's just national in a different country, actually. Intranational, but not our own. So that was fun. Yeah, exactly, Joseph. I'm pretty sure we have to handle the delimiting ourselves, right? I was hoping there was some, like, easy way out. Nope. Nope, that was a mistake. Thinking it would be easy. What was I thinking? I don't know, man. But yeah. We can work on it. We got this. I kind of figured there'd be some library for this too. Xmetrics. So I'm in both, right? I tried both variations and neither worked and it gave me 1. So region actually doesn't play into effect for parse float because parse float doesn't give a shit. Now, is there an API to get the delimiter? Excuse me. Sneeze came out of nowhere. All right, so to locale string, right? Just convert it to what it's gonna be anyway. But you don't necessarily know if the number works, right? Right, so to locale string. But then I still need to know what the delimiter is in their locale. Because it may not go above 1,000. It could be 42. I don't know if it's that simple. That sounds like a major assumption. When you make an assumption, you make an ass out of you and umption. So how many decimal places is that? All right, none. All right, so that's an edge case to that statement. All right, so right, so what you're missing is the fact that a user is going to be typing these in. If I could trust that it's always going to be a number, we're good, man. I can't. A user is going to be typing in things like... Right? So what's the conversion from that to locale string? Right? It's no longer relevant. It's not the problem I have. Get what I'm saying? The problem I have is the user will be entering things like that, and I need to handle it internationally. All valid. Oop. No, because separating character plays nothing into like this. These are the edge cases. And then I gotta handle every edge case, you know? Right? You're missing all the edge cases. That's the problem with what you're proposing. And I feel like there has to be something that has actually been made to do this exactly. If not, that's a major thing to make that other people could totally fucking use. No. I'm sorry, Xmetrics. No, that doesn't work. I could do that, right? I could do a number input, but still I'd have to listen for what the character I need to separate is so I can render it in a way they see it, right? So it's a good user experience. This is not a problem I'm worried about in my app specifically. It's a problem I'm worried about in general, in the world, like how to make an app that solves this better. This is front-end concerns, right? If you don't get it, sorry, too bad. Like, this is something that needs to work robustly as far as the front end is concerned. Not just for this, for every app I've ever worked on. I still don't have a good pattern for it, and I don't think the world does yet. Exactly. That's fine, Xmetrics, but I'm just saying, like, I'm not going to ignore the edge cases. And that's a terrible UX. Yeah. Fuck that. Does number do so? Am I missing that? Am I wrong? Okay, hold on. Number, not parse float? Is number way more permissive and I've forgotten that? You're probably right. Oh. Yeah, so it didn't work for these two, right? We got a nan 42 42. So it did a little bit, but it didn't do everything. Well, you got to remember, nan is not lossy. Oh, it is. Oh, it is falsy. You're right. Interesting. No, we're good. Damn. I really don't like dealing with that part. I should be doing like an is nan at that point. I think that'd be cleaner. So I'd rather do a more like programmatic approach to it at that point. Part of the problem, though, is just what we saw earlier, where parse float of that's a 1, that's a truthy statement, so it just bails out at parse in or parse float. Like, done. You know? So that's still not the right way. Replace comma and period with kind of chaotic. Wait, no, hold on. I mixed up comments. It moved. That was some fucking notification. It jumped on me. Replace comma and period with white space for the number on your side and just leave the value as is on front end for user to see. But again, how do we know if they haven't done like a .23675.9 kind of bullshit, or .263 or .26? Like, I just can't believe there's not like a robust library for handling like bullshit user input. I think that's the softest way to phrase that. Bullshit user input. But that's actually a majority of user input in some ways sometimes. You know? Does that make sense? Like, holy shit balls. Like, yeah, bullshit user input. That's a lot of user input. So I'm just surprised there's no, like, just real common library for it. I mean, wait, how does that even work? Xmetrics, I don't think that's a valid number. That sounds like some like coordinates or something. You can't have two like decimal places, which is what the comma is used for, right? Yeah, 2 is invalid, so user shouldn't even be able to enter that. We could do some Zod validation. Yes, so that's what I'm getting at. Yes, iota mail. Fun name. That's a good idea, right? Could we just validate it and present it to the user as invalid when they put it there? Like, hey man, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. Sorry. Right, we just null out the field, but they still maintain what they typed. No, silly human. Fix your number. That's actually not a bad idea. I really like the idea. Because then it's just simply a text input field in which you type something. And they figure it out. But then, what if they had a $? Does Zod handle $ prefixes? I don't know. Yeah, I'm just like, I'm poking at it, playing devil's advocate of, like, would it actually work? If they put it after, who cares, right? Can we adjust to it? We should be able to do so. Absolutely, but we got to figure out how to parse a possible string input. Now, I'm just not sure how many libraries out there exist for this exact problem. Yeah, I mean, X Factor, we can do all sorts of shit. We could make it. We could make this thing that doesn't exist actually a reality. I'm just kind of blown away that there's no thing doing that. I don't know, Stacking. There are uninformed people all over the world. Okay? They think, well, it's a 10 and then dollars, right? $10. Bam. Done. Nailed it. I know, it's so common. It's crazy. Yep. Yeah, totally. Like, yep. Yeah, all this shit's crazy. We could lock it down. We could restrict all sorts of stuff, right? That's more work we gotta do. The less work I gotta do, the better this thing is, and the more I can research what's out there for this, the better off I am. So y'all are just joining me on this excursion into libraries for these things. And oh my, it looks like numeral just does it. Why are we still talking about this? I'm just gonna use numeral. Duh, come on. Okay. Not ideal. No, so Stacking, the theory is that you can pour in only what you can eat before it goes soggy, and then you're never left with those, like, little, like, just floaters that no one wants to eat, right? It's actually not a bad philosophy. I don't know. I don't eat cereal anymore, so let me just point that out. So I have no dog in this race. I just don't. Nah, I'm good. I think it causes more waste. The cereal's more expensive per volume. There's a lot of arguments, like, for one or the other. I'm gonna say that right now. Fruity Loops is a totally different thing there, Xmetrics. That's a music production software. You're talking about Fruit Loops. I got you. I get you. Totally different thing. It's why they had to rebrand to FL Studio, because they got, like, a cease and desist or some shit. I'm pretty sure. Almost positive. Even though I think the branding is fine because the trademark, etc., those are like industry specific. So they should have been able to do it within a totally separate industry and been fine. But because Fruit Loops was an established brand and blah, 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 and they have stronger lawyers, would you want to go to court against General Mills? Generally not. Right? So yeah. Oh no, so IOTA, I think we found it, and I think we're good, and I don't think any of this shit actually, like, needs to change. Like, 6 or 7 years ago, I don't think I actually care. Like, how often does this shit need to change? Have numbers changed in 7 years? The fact that they haven't needed to change it is insane. They do have a bunch of PRs. They do have a bunch of PRs. Bunch of issues. But for something that I'm gonna guess is massively used. Right? Let's go look at it. Shit, sneeze sound. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, that one came quick. I was hoping I could highlight this before doing it, and then then it got me. Whew. There's some way we could make this like a broadly compatible thing. Levia Dream Seltzer. What does that mean? What is Levia Dream? Are you in like a weed legal state in which that's like THC infused or something? Because that sounds awesome, actually. That'd be like a cheersable moment. Ah, yeah, there you go. Cool. Nice. I'm gonna guess that there's like a types library. Yeah, type/numeral. Hasn't needed to be updated in a long time. Probably totally fine. Alright. Alright. I'm convinced. I think numeral is worth it. Yeah. Alright. We're gonna go into apps. So Joseph, you're still out there, I hope, right? Like, yeah, have you seen numeral? Like, yeah, let me post the link. Yeah, so there you go, for sure. I think really just very cool. I'm glad someone made a library for it. It's a little older. Stethoscope gives it a 75. I mean, if I refresh, I'm kind of bummed on that stethoscope bug. We'll fix it eventually. But yeah, so here we go. Like, the stuff it's missing, I don't know if I really care too much about, right? I could fix all of that, right? I don't know, let me look at the top. Most recent commit, do I care? Nah, not really. Releases, sponsor, like, none of those matter to me. Build passing, I bet they didn't have GitHub Actions, so like we can ignore that. Like it's old enough that like, nah, that's probably fine. Right, so cool, we'll call that good. And yeah, all of a sudden they're up to like an 87 based upon stuff that really shouldn't matter for a library that could actually just be done, you know? I really think this library could just be done. Right? Are numbers gonna change? Who the fuck's gonna change numbers? So yeah, certain libraries I think are timeless, and I think this is one of them. Now, the fact that there are this many pull requests and issues, that is definitely weighing on why it's not a 100. And God, dude, yeah, we got some like timing bug for stethoscope. We gotta fix that. If I get a Sunday to not have to knock out a bunch of work, we'll focus on some of this open source stuff. Right? Things that need just a little bit more work. Yeah, we'll do that. But yeah, Standard, how you doing, Mr. Sir? Alright, we're bringing in numeral. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah. Let me just pour this real quick. There we go. Didn't water that last one down like I should have, so we'll pull a light one here. Ish. Ooh, but I'm basically out of water. Alright, so we'll hold off and chill on it. Get some stuff kicking real quick. Alright, so right here, what we need to do is we need to add numeral and then at types numeral, but they're separate things. I wish I could add both. Ooh, if I could type. Can we do both at the same time? We'll find out. Let me go pour more water, use the restroom, and see if this finishes. See you in a sec. Put money on it. Oh, no, Sundays, yeah. Sunday's just, like, work day to, like, catch up for, like, the obvious Monday, like, stand-up and all that bullshit. No, Sunday is if I need to get work done. I'm not, like, streaming on this channel. If I'm all caught up, oh, buddy! I got more water. That is actually important. Okay, so. All right, we got that installed. We're gonna use numeral. Let's go look at. Let's go look at the package JSON. Did that do what I expected, or was it way different? Yep, so nothing supports that. Not yet. Oh. Alright, there we go. Little annoying, whatever. It's fine. As long as we commit what's correct, that's all that matters actually towards like the file system and all that bullshit. Towards like other developers and how you do it. So yeah, kind of annoying, whatever. But let's do this real quick. Now that we have numeral, should we create a permissive number input? I think so. We also need to like selectively show it. It's actually finally getting like reasonable outside. I think the temperature is cooling a little quicker than like the weather portrayed. It actually feels like much nicer in here now. Dude, like the 3 p.m. like super heat. Fucking brutal. And I know, oh my god, it's only like the low 90s. Oh man. Yeah, sorry, like Washington is not prepared for this kind of heat. It just is not. There is no infrastructure for it. Eastern Washington, maybe. That shit's desert. Alright, so I kind of want to create just like a custom number input as a component. Why not? Alright, custom number input. TSX, here we go. Not export function. I know there's some way I can set my build process to fix this. I've tried enough like quick times to like just really not care. I don't mind adding this line. Like, it's really just so easy. I just don't give a shit. All right, so custom number input props. It just ends up taking a value, right? And that value is just a number. We don't want to accept anything else. Our output value is what they give us. Here's the thing, does number actually do output too? Or not number, numeral? Yep. What if we encode the raw value, right? Exactly what the user typed as just a value on everything, and then like the formatted type or the extracted type or whatever. It should never make it to that point. That should be like a user error. Like, hey, no, we're not going to save that. Nah. Didn't happen. Sorry, fix it. Right? So I think the validation would be the key thing. But how do we render that to the user? Oh, you know what? This shit could be so agnostic that the user ends up having a select drop-down as part of the input field, and you're just selecting like a format that we render as, but that we also parse as. We end up acting more permissive on the parse, but let the, like, you know, show what it got formatted to as part of like the value of the thing. So the main gist is it'd be worth it to maybe create a headless component for all this. Right, the headless component, and that's where it actually becomes less headless. You'd have to like pass it a ref in some way and some other bullshit. And... yeah, the API would suck. You could only make it headless in the form of like React specific headless, which is good, but not great. You can have better. Still want to give the consumer full control over like the rendered component though. All right, so we got a couple bugs. I wanted to dive into the feature of allowing a user to select number and float and understand what this means in some way, like foo.bar, right? Not foo.bar, like 42.10, right? And as an input, it's a string, but we are very permissive on the user doing that because they might want to do like, you know, 1, 2, 3, like, oh, cool, yeah, I get it. Yeah, we can parse that. Oh, do you want to switch those up because you're in a totally different country? Yeah, sure, man. Should we still be able to parse that? I think so. No matter what, I don't think we can get away from, like, environment parsing. But what if they then type a $? Like, you know? So instead, could we have like an initial portion of the input field? You know, it indents the text part, sure, but has like a drop down of selecting your format. And the moment you type a $, somewhere like on the left or right, it toggles like the formatting. This is all outside of scope right now. I haven't had to internationalize enough applications, and these are like the problems that front-end engineers actually have to like solve and deal with. And as a back-end engineer, you might just be like, well, no, that's someone else's problem. No, in this case, it's my problem. No, in this case, it's exactly my problem. And it will be my problem in perpetuity on every project I probably end up working on. Because I actually care about this part. One thing that I'm noticing is we could probably crunch this one up. At mobile, it would be like 2 separate rows, but at like desktop, could we have value type and number type that just live side by side, like, you know, and their like selectors are there? Yeah, exactly. So Travis, like currently at the company I work at, they're not that concerned with internationalization. I actually think they should be. I really think they should be. Because the global market for people that can do this stuff, that have to do Kubernetes at that kind of scale, is actually much broader than just the people that can afford to pay people to speak English to Americans, you know? Yeah, there you go. Games have to support a shitload of languages. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that's a good point, too. But yeah, I'm thinking more like enterprise applications, even. Like, I don't know. We have a good contingent of people from Germany, Austria, like, you know, France, like countries that aren't known for being English focused, but they still communicate and can chat. Are they the people normally hopping on the phone calls with like the US like based vendors for some bullshit? Right? Probably. Oh yeah. You got to chat with Datadog this week. Like, what the fuck's the deal? You know, like, oh shit. Yeah, all right. Get the person who speaks English on that call. I don't even work in the same department. You speak English though, don't you? Right? Like, yeah, for sure. That shit happens more often than you think, I'm pretty sure. I'd bet money on it. Who here in chat, if you're European based, you're probably asleep actually, just time zones. If you're European and you're still here, have you been called on to a random call with some some US based vendor because you're the only one that speaks English? Has it happened? There you go. All right, nailed it. I just want to say, like, I know it happens, okay? I've totally chatted with engineers from external vendors that had nothing to do with our project, but they were just there to actually like mediate and chat and like smooth over things, you know? You might be based in Europe and that actually helps, like, because you're good at English too. Have you ever had to deal with like a US based vendor? And then were you on the call because of it? I don't know. I feel like that shit happens a lot. I don't know. I don't have numbers. I'm not researching shit. So yeah, I could be just way off base. It's just a feeling. But yeah, no. So sorry. I should have some proper numbers to actually argue this point. I could be totally wrong. It just seems like that's happened before. So you work for a company where everyone speaks great English. Okay. So you don't have that problem. Everyone can just communicate. Gotcha. Do you actually work for the company Bosch? Are you their, like, one DevRel? Like, yeah, it's the craziest job ever. I don't know who convinced them to have it, but I got it. Alright, that'd be hilarious, though. Hey, Bosch, why do you employ a DevRel? Wait, we employ a DevRel? Right? Like, totally. Right? No one above you even knows you have that job. You just worked your way into it and you got it now. You're set. That you are the DevRel guy, and like, as long as like no one above like your immediate supervisor is mad at you, no one else is gonna know about it. There you go. What the hell's a DevRel? I don't know, man. All right, we only got one, so we must need it. Fuck it, keep it on the payroll. Right? You don't even have a boss anymore. They left ages ago. There you go. That's probably the likely scenario. If you're doing DevRel at Bosch, someone gave you just a happy-go-lucky job, and they're not even at the company anymore, but they just like, you know, you're on the books. But you don't actually, like, exist anymore. Like, yeah, exactly. You're basically like, oh shit, what's his name? Yeah. Right, the guy from Office Space, the guy with the glasses, the guy with the stapler, right? Milton. You're just Milton at that point. Being the sole DevRel at a company like Bosch, you would literally be Milton. You would be Stapler Guy. Exactly, Travis, though. That's like literally who you'd be. That is Milton. I ordered a margarita, and this is clearly a Mai Tai. And I also asked for no salt, and there were large particles of salt. Hey, what's up, Negative IQ? How you doing? What's up, Stragger? How you doing? Mr. Sirs, what y'all up to? Yeah, Stragger, what are you up to? We were doing a bit of Rust today. We're doing some UI, and we were digging into the nightmare of international number formatting, and I'm just going to use the library for it, so. Nailed it. But yeah, let's do the shout-out thing. Stragger, Mr. Sir, what are you up to? Are you about to head out to, like, a meetup? I know you do that a lot, like, some days. Wait, you were doing number formatting too? It's actually a common enough problem. So for everyone, here's some context real quick. Hold on, let me do the other shout out too. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid, man. So here's the gist. And ignore the fact that we have different data types based on environment. That's a totally separate bug I have to fix. Bugs exist, right? But the main gist is if a user is doing a feature flag for their application, especially for something like pricing, if they want to align the pricing value between their front end and back end and make that shit work and, you know, feature flag it out so they could increase it, decrease it, see how it affects conversions based upon like metrics and like push it out way quicker than their release, because for mobile apps that can be crazy, right? For mobile stuff it'll be a little different, but you know, instead of like it being a number value, it would be an ID inside of like the iOS like marketplace, but very similar, right? So you could have an ID for like the subscription that you're allowing a user to subscribe to. Boom, nailed it. Same ID, same idea. Right? If your front end and back end could remotely fetch the same resource that grabs some value for you to parse, blah, 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 how could you, like, push it out? Yeah! Yeah, it's actually a thing that I think people do, and, like, it could actually be hugely viable for, like, mobile apps even, because you could add this stuff after it's been released and then just, like, feature flag out the value for the ID that they're purchasing. Like, it actually totally decouples your like pricing and metrics from, you know, your application release process, because one jerk reviewer decided to like get mad about some random thing that's not even related to the change you just shipped, right? Because that's happened, right? The one jerk reviewer at iOS, like, oh yeah, at Apple or whatever, right? Like, dude, it's happened. And all of a sudden your release is delayed by a week. So if you can actually make yourself resilient to that entire process, bam, bam, boom, nailed it. So yeah, it's kind of a cool problem to solve. Exactly, yeah. So I'm trying to figure out how they could type it properly. No, so I'm saying you hit the one jerk reviewer, like the one standing in your way. Typically it could be more than one. You completed it for that person and they're done and they're not even looking, and then someone else jumps in like, well, hold on. Well, actually, right? And then bam, you're right back where you started, right? Such a common thing, like extremely common, right? The App Store, even Google will actually sometimes pull moves like that based upon like changing your like pricing strategies. Yeah, the big emote's actually part of the front, right? Way part of the fun. But yeah, basically, Stragger, like, pretty much everything needs feature flags in some way, which is kind of fun. Right, but like, how do you actually deal with feature flags at scale? Uber's dealt with this problem. They got Piranha. I think I'm gonna end up needing to build out my own tooling. Oh my god, if I could spell. Piranha from Uber. I'm gonna actually build out my own tooling for a Piranha-like tool for Vexilla, and I think that'd be kind of fun. I think it'd be really cool, actually. But yeah, Piranha helps you identify like stale flags, etc. Like, kind of a cool idea, but you know, they only have so much support like natively, and then you'd have to like build out your own interaction. I'd like to build out my own interactions for some of that, and I think it'd be kind of cool. We could probably use Tree Sitter for a lot of that. I'm pretty sure. So what is a feature flag? All right. How many people otherwise out there would like to know what a feature flag is? Feel free, ask about it, let me know, and I will totally go into a deeper thing. If it's just one person, it's a little tougher, but I'd just say we got a command right here. There's some links for you. If there's a lot of people from the raid that would like to have it explained, I gotcha. Yeah, no problem. Right? Like, pretty much any other, like, 1 or 2 people. I'll happily go through. I got a little, like, slide presentation. It's quick. It's very fast, actually. But, yeah, I got a thing I presented at work to, like, help them, convince them of using Vexilla, like, 0.x in production at work right fucking now. It's fucking shipped. I'm really proud of that. I owned it. I own it. I, like, have it as, like, part of the clause of, like, things I own. They don't own shit from it. So, yeah, we have it in production at work. The version 1.x that we're working on right now that you're seeing on stream is actually what I'm trying to get them to, like, migrate to eventually. Yeah, exactly, Travis. I think a lot of that comes down to the cost that some of these, like, services, like, cost you. So, Oforf, I'm not exactly certain about the underlying mechanisms of Piranha itself, but think about it this way. If you have a flag that is on in all environments, is it a stale flag? It absolutely is. And Piranha, I believe, actually does, like, code mods for the languages they support to remove the flags of checking for it. Which, I'm not trying to do it all, I just want to make it, like, a linting thing. Hey, this flag you're using... Like, oh man, could you maybe remove the flag because it's true in all environments, and I'll just make it like a warning? I could make it an error based upon your config, but my tooling that I want to write is not the Piranha, like, rewrite tooling. I just want to, like, you know, throw out warnings for it. Yeah, I really like that idea. Exactly. Yeah, so I want to write a linter that handles it for, like, detecting if that flag is on everywhere. Like, hey, that flag could be removed, and then allow you to decide if that, like, rule should be an error or warning. Like, just via some config somewhere. I don't know. Right? Something like it. But yes, I definitely want to do that. Oh, do you have, like, a thing you gotta go to? Dude, Striker, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you, man. Like, honestly, happy to know you. Like, despite me being a jerk previously, and other things on me, happy to know you, man. Cheers. How are feature flags passed from server to mobile app? So, the key to... feature flags, negative IQ, is that you need to do it remotely. If you're doing it at build time, then you're just stuck with what environment variables are with more steps. Instead, it needs to be a remote thing that you have clients on your server and a client on your front end, and they're both fetching from a remote source of truth. That remote source of truth is actually the thing that matters the most, because you could change it on the fly without being beholden to the deploy process of the other things. Right? So make sure your back end and front end can totally just listen to and refetch and cache as needed the JSON that's out there remotely that doesn't require a redeploy. Because a deploy at a bare minimum, in most organizations, 15 to 30 minutes. Your timer of refetching a JSON file with every node that needs to worry about it? Like, dude, so cheap. So cheap. You can do that every 5 minutes, and per user, you'll pay like 1/100th of a penny. Maybe 300ths of a penny. Sorry. Yeah. Right? Like, insane. And your servers are one of those users. But if they're fetching on that interval, and they're always connected, it's 300ths of a penny. A user being connected that long is that same amount. And most won't actually be connected that amount. So yeah, like static file-based feature flagging, extremely fucking cheap. Right? Just do polling. Do long polling. Like, long polling requires that the connection stays on forever. That would actually cost you money. Just do regular polling. Just fetch it every once in a while and see what happens. Bim bam boom. You're done. If you got enough scale, well, do it at some like little like caching node you got within your entire infrastructure, and boom, everything hits that caching node and you're done. Like, it's just so easy. So that's the thing I'm trying to solve, like feature flagging at scale for people that can't pay a budget to launch Darkly at all. Like, dude, so brutal. Oh no, so Travis, hold up. No. I want to just point out right now, runtime is the only way to do feature flags. Everything else is just a glorified environment variable. So that's actually the wrong case. You want runtime checking of all these things. Otherwise, it's meaningless. Okay, I just want to point that out. Right? Runtime checking of all this is actually the power of it. Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, environment variables or like build flags are exactly like the opposite of the power that like feature flags give you. Sure, that's a totally separate thing though. I want to say that right now. Like, you should just be using like environment variables or other things for that. You should never be mixing feature flags into that type of like functionality, right? Yeah, feature flags are other things. Yes. All right. Perfect. Just making sure. I wanted to make sure that was clear to everyone watching too. Cool. Hell yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Travis. Waits for simple Vexilla kill switch free option. So what does that even mean? I just feel like you just put a bunch of words together. Right? I know what all of them mean, like, individually. I have no idea what they mean together, though. Like a fully, like, opt-out? What prevents you from doing that yourself? Right? Isn't that just a toggle? That's just a toggle. You put that toggle at the top level of your app and you're done. I guess I just don't get it, Xmetrics. I'm sorry. Yeah, I might be missing it. That's on me. That seems to me like an application concern, not like a feature flag concern. At the end of the day, you have to think about where feature flags go within your application, because that is application specific. Like, I'm not trying to make some like global like, oh, you trying to turn the entire app off? I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. it does raise a decent point of like, you know what? Fuck it, let's turn every flag off. I don't care what everyone else is doing, just keep like a global override. Okay. But I think that's way different from what you're like asking and talking about. So like, I don't think it's actually as relevant. So I just, until a user actually asks for that feature, right? If you're using Vexilla in prod, then cool. If you're not, like, I don't know. I think that's like a pipe dream of something I just don't need to worry about. Right, but Mesmero, is that something that Vexilla needs to care about? Or is that just like a top level, like, that's on you, implement it kind of thing? Right? I don't want to impose anything like that. I don't want to like concern myself with it. I think that's just someone else's configuration at that point. And why would I impose anything on your configuration? Which is really where I'm getting at it, right? It's top level, you do whatever you want. Like, yeah, for sure. Like, okay. I just want to make sure, like, is that something I actually need to care about? And I don't think so. Right? That's like a level above the abstraction I'm providing. You know? Again, maintenance mode could be a feature flag. X Factor, yeah, you might be just now getting it. Maintenance mode could absolutely be a static file-based feature flag. Right? Like, totally. You could have a maintenance mode feature flag. I don't give a shit. Name it whatever you fucking want. It can be part of its own fucking thing. Like, yeah. Right? That's what the groups are for. That's what our feature groups are actually for. They're separate JSON files that get fetched on different intervals if you want, whatever. That is the entire goal. Like, boom. Yeah, we have solved that problem that didn't exist on Vexilla 0.x. Vexilla 1.x solves that problem. So yeah, I'm pretty pumped on like the features we've added. I just gotta actually like release it out. Get work to sign off on a little bit more, like effort to like get it going. Yeah. No, I get it, Xmetrics. The fact that you have to say no troll means that like every other comment you've made was slightly troll. Not wholly troll, not fully troll, but at least slightly troll. No, I'm just having fun. So you're saying the troll would be maximized if you just like upped your blood sugar? All right, well, that's a bummer. Nobody give this guy a Twinkie. There you go, eating cake. Nailed it. So standard right now, DNS is not an acceptable fetch mechanism. It has to be a JSON file sitting somewhere. So I have no adapters for any other transport other than JSON over HTTP. So yeah, sorry, standard. But I'd love to work that into like a version 2 at some point, but I think that's outside the current scope. Any resort open around where I live, I would say at this point, Mount Hood is probably like way closed. It's super hot and shit. I haven't even looked. I would guess that like Timberline at Mount Hood is totally fucking closed. So I'm going to say everything's closed. So yep, I'm not shredding anywhere unless I want to fly to New Zealand. And even then, I have no idea if it's actually good down there. And I don't even have a fucking passport, so there's no way I'm making it in like the next 9 months until I get an actual passport. So there's that too. I'd like to actually start booking out like international speaking events and shit. That'd be kind of fun. Travel for travel's sake means nothing to me, but if I could book a flight to New Zealand for a reason, I'll create an LLC about CM Griffing like presentations, right? CM Griffing Presentations LLC. Boom, and every travel I do for that is, you know, it's a write-off, and every money I make from it is paid to that organization. And yeah, I'll probably never be profitable, but at least, you know, I'm not paying tax on the income I make for it. Sure. I'm okay with that. Right? Why make that eat into my, like, my proper, you know, personal income? It's a separate venture. It's a separate thing. That's probably the move, right? Oh, X Factor. You know we talk about basically everything here. We'll make a fart joke even at some point. Please, not right now. But okay, so as far as handling this input, yeah, I know. We rant, we chat, we do our bullshit. We're hanging out. I got some, like, Madden video gaming to do here in a bit. I'll eat some, like, just lazy food. You know what my lazy meal is actually going to be? A bunch of frozen shrimp. Pre-cooked. Thawed. Seasoned. Eaten with the fork. Maybe some fucking spinach greens type stuff. And then bam, that's a meal. So yeah, I think that's what I'm eating. Yeah, I'll even, you know, I still don't have the microphone hooked up to the kitchen. But I've got it pretty set up, like, camera-wise. I actually just ordered another camera using credit card points. I ordered a new phone, too. Right? With, like, a good camera on the phone, even. Like, it's one of the ones with, like, the 3 bullshits on it. So I got, like, the different lenses and all that. I'm like, ooh, fancy. There's some birds I want to take a photo of when I'm, like, out on my walk. Yeah, so I've absolutely been doing stuff on gaming. You actually missed it. On Friday, I believe, I cooked a Philly cheesesteak after marinating in like a marinade I'm actually not pumped on. I got a different marinade I want to do, I think, for like Philly cheesesteak. And then on Sunday, I did a carne asada taco night. And it was amazing. I think I'll keep doing the carne asada, but I might want to cut up the meat beforehand into like smaller chunks so it can like absorb from the other sides, and then like cook individual like smaller portions. That way like certain sections can cook quicker than others. I think that's the move. Because then I can even, like, stage certain meals. Like, you know, cook a bit, slice off, like, the other part. Like, yeah, exactly. So, I'm thinking about, like, not even... Yeah, for sure. So, keep in mind, on my tweet, I said carne asana. Yeah, I made that tweet after working for, like, 10 hours yesterday. I don't even use Asana at work, but my brain was like, fuck it. Yeah, you're gonna have a Freudian slip about work right now. Have fun. Here's a Freudian slip. Here's carne asana. Oh, shit. This shit's way overdue. Yeah, exactly. Boom, nailed it. Motto, there is no such thing as a shortcut for that question. Every shortcut just becomes the way. I typically recommend Free Code Camp as a way to get introduced to web stuff. Web stuff is one of the most sought after jobs, but also one of the most actually like applied to jobs, so that's a little tougher. But unless you're worth your shit, a lot of people don't want to pay you to do Rust or C++ or any like core language like that remotely because they don't trust you unless you've built up a resume for it. So instead, I'd say web stuff, and the internet's gonna disagree. Fuck the internet. I simply want to say, if you want to get a job doing any type of dev, learn some fucking WordPress and PHP. The internet is gonna disagree. Fuck the internet. The internet is wrong. They are memeing, and you are actually doing harm to yourself by listening to the memes. Those memes are like super fucking harmful. Because 40% of the internet is WordPress, 70% is PHP. Learn them shits. Get good at it. Move on to stuff that's different than that later, but your first job, your most likely job you're gonna get, some PHP and WordPress, man. And just do it. Learn it. Be good about like the entire like dev process, not even like hammering out code. That's actually a very small part. Working with a team to deliver a product based upon client deadlines is a thing that you have absolutely no experience on, and you can't get it unless you work somewhere. PHP WordPress shit will give you that. Right. Keep this in mind. Everyone who memes about PHP has likely never seen this fucking video. PHP 5.2.8. Video. It's in here somewhere. Hold on, it's one of these fucking videos, but he changed up the name of it, and now I can't, like, figure it out. Nope, it's not that. I clicked videos, didn't I, Mr. Sir? Here it is, that's the one. Evolution of PHP. So, we'll show it real quick, and everyone hating on PHP, you're just fucking wrong. So don't listen to the haters. Your, like, absolute quickest way to a job is PHP and WordPress. Playback speed 2. There we go. So bam! We see him. He's formatting from, you know, 5 to 7. He's on 7 now. There you go. We see some shit. All right, cool. Yeah, so he's on 7.1. That we got some types. He's adding them. He's gonna do his face, like, whatever. He's got some cool plants in the background. And then, oh my god, you can add types right there inline now. Oh, so much better. You can delete a bunch of that code. You're at 8.0 now. And, man, I wish he was showing, like, line count. At 8.1, you're at, like, 10 lines of code. Oh, there you go, 8.2, and you've reduced, like, the character count, too. So, boom, all that shit, which would have been really good with a character count between them. It's easily, like, a fifth of the code. Right? Yeah, quality of life improvements. They just make it better and better. So if you're ignoring PHP due to the memes, you're fucking up. If you're trying to get your first job in the industry, those are the most common jobs in the world. Motto, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. And Fret, thank you for the follow. Yeah. I just want to say this. If you're looking to get started, I would say first do Free Code Camp. Because all the free code camp stuff is actually relevant to WordPress dev. And then after that, well, yeah, learn some fucking WordPress. Learn some fucking PHP. It's all the same shit. You're just taking in a request, doing it with some best practices, and spitting out some either JSON or HTML. Once you recognize that they're all the same shit, that's when you level up. It's all create, read, update, delete, man. No, so Xmetrics, you're missing it. That's not a JS problem, that's just tutorial hell. That is literally just tutorial hell. It's not language specific at all even. Nah. You can find outdated PHP tutorials everywhere too. Right? No, it's not the language. It's the fact that someone can just write some fucking blog post, get a bunch of SEO for it, and then it's just like the thing for fucking ever. Unrelated to the quality of the article. So that's the important thing to recognize there. Look at the recency of an article as the truth of it, rather than the way Google presented it. Sometimes you actually have to use the filter tools in Google. Oh my God, oh the humanity. X Factor, I still think it's wrong. I disagree, because you don't have to do any of that shit. Nothing's forcing you to do that at all. You can lock down your versions as you need and just work. Now, granted, you'll want to update eventually, sure, but like, man, like, the thing you just said pretends that versions don't exist, and like package lock means nothing. In some old use cases, sure, I get you, but not really. There are drivers to upgrade, sure, I get it, Mesmiro, but here's the funniest part to me. Do you actually work on an up-to-date project? Are you on the bleeding edge? The need is actually inverse to the frequency in which it happens. Like, literally, you're at a bigger company? Yeah, your ability to upgrade the major version of whatever framework you're using is actually way less frequent than some smaller fucking thing that can just do it. Right? So that's what I'm saying, Mesmira. Like, literally. Right? The bigger the project, the less the chance of it getting upgraded on a timely basis. Which is insane, because you're saying it's a greater need. So the need is actually inversely proportional to the likelihood of it happening. Which is insane. Like, actually kind of funny. It is inversely proportional. There's some fucking mathematical formula out there that someone smarter than me can make. I have absolutely worked in companies that like, hey, every 6 months we need to upgrade Angular. Well, we picked Angular because it was stable. It's only stable if we keep upgrading. What? Ah, motherfuckers. Right? End of conversation, and then you get caught into a 4 or 5 major version behind application. Scene. Acting. Nailed it. You're welcome. I would love to get an off-the-record chat with a previous coworker. What version of Angular are they up to? Dude, Mesmiro, I bet they're still on 8. Maybe 10. Maybe 10. Right? Doing an anonymous interview in which they're the only person invited. There we go. That's the move. Right? I'm pretty sure LinkedIn could let me do that. They haven't gotten an actual approved ticket to do an Angular upgrade for 2.5 years. I'm gonna bet money on it. Only time it got approved is when I actually left the company, probably. Like, dude. Well, shit. All right, so it's been hanging. Anyone actually, like, looked at this ticket? Well, yeah, let me look at it. And then more shit from the top, and it never happened. That's Angular's biggest problem. They deal with actual, like, enterprise, in which, yeah, your 6-month release cycle is meaningless to an enterprise. Big enterprises think in, like, century terms. Your 6-month release cycle is not a concern. Yeah, we'll talk to him in like 5 years. Then we good? You try convincing IBM. They need someone to actually concentrate on upgrading their bullshit every 6 months. I don't even get budget for next year's next quarter until like, yeah, like a year from now. But I provisioned it yesterday. Like, dude. What's up, Noman? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Yeah, dude, the companies that we gotta support as a front-end dev, the browsers they actually have internally. Like, dude. Let me look at the year. 6 years ago, I had a company that absolutely needed IE7, possibly IE8 support. Something like that. Because their entire internal European network had Windows 7 devices or some shit like that. A year or two after that, we're talking 2018, I think 2018, I had a project in which I needed to release an application update, design-wise, to a thing that needed to run on Android 2.1. Could I use React? Nope. The absolutely only thing we could use was jQuery Mobile, because it still actually boasts Android 2.1 support. Who would be using such a thing? Super fucking old people. Right? The people who never destroy or damage a device ever. Super fucking old people. We're talking 80s and 90s. That's the target market. People in their 70s, 80s, and 90s. Yeah, we had to support Android 2.1. Like, dude. Yeah, like, they only use the device for making phone calls, but maybe you could convince them to install at least the app that might save their life. You know, like, possibly. It's an off chance, but you gotta try. Like, dude, it was one of those things. The target market for the app we were developing was 70s, 80s, and 90-year-olds. Yes, we had to make it work for Android 2.1. I'm sorry, the usage metrics just dictated it, and React didn't support it. I tried my best. I tried so fucking hard. No, these old motherfuckers still needed jQuery mobile. Okay? Right? So that's the thing. Like, whatever you think about the modern web, there is a portion of the world not using the modern fucking web. You need to support them as users, at least a portion of your life, at some point. If you never needed to support those users, oh, you sweet summer child. Right? Like, have fun. Good luck. But we live in the real world, in which there are applications that deal with people over the age of 80 in New Zealand. Fucking India. Fucking, like, all over the world, man. It's, like, crazy, actually. So, yeah, just, I want to point that out. That shit exists. Support those users. You'll have a more robust application because of it. If you can support internationalization by just plugging some shit in, you are already, like, 1,000 yards ahead of your fucking competition. Watch that fucking View documentary, right? The Honeypot, like, right? Honeypot View documentary. And tell me that the only reason that shit became actually, like, the thing is because he actually had docs in Chinese. Try and convince me, right? Change my mind. The only reason View is a thing any of us care about are two things. Number one, the initial documentation was in Chinese. And number two, Taylor Otwell from Laravel embraced it as, like, the front-end View layer. Without those two things, no one would give a shit about View. In the same way that no one actually knows that the dude from Svelte had R-Active and, like, a couple other frameworks, I think, before then. Who here knows about R-Active? Nobody. Who here knows about Svelte? Pretty much everybody. Yeah, 1 second. Let me give you the link. It's the Honeypot View doc. It's really good, man. Yeah, they do awesome documentaries. Oh yeah, I'm a collector, right? Everything from here to the left is part of the, part of the archive. Everything from there to the right is, stuff I could get rid of. But again, I'm a collector, so I don't like getting rid of stuff. Oh yeah, hold on. You want to see my original fucking Diablo? Yeah, no big deal. You want to see my original, like, Fallout 2? Yeah, no big deal. Yeah, I'm a fucking collector, man. Technically, I owe those to a couple people. Someone else actually owns those, but I just haven't seen them since I was, like, a dirtbag high schooler. So that's a different thing, but still. I'm a collector. Oh, I mean, honestly, they should. I got them. These are theirs. These are theirs. If they ever contact me and they want to meet up, and I'll lock eyes and know if it's them or not, yeah, like, they're theirs. They got them. I got them. Like, they're totally theirs, man. Oh, Travis, yeah, that bit's just a slight troll. Storage fee? No. I should probably pay them for, like, holding their shit hostage fee. Luckily, I think that fee, no matter what, amounts to, like, 1 beverage at the bar. Regardless of time, so I think we're good. It's like a sliding scale. Feature flag in use, standard error? I mean, if you go to streamparrot.com and sign into the UI, you don't see anything about billing in your UI. That shit's turned off by default. Do I have any greater, like, representation? I don't right now, but I should, and that would be a thing I'd like to, like, spin up. And Randy Richards over on the YouTube. How you doing, Mr. Sir? I really appreciate you. Like, thank you. The concurrent viewers we got on YouTube, like, y'all are helping me out so much. Like, just the best. Thank you, Randy. Randy! Sorry, the bad joke. But yeah, so standard error, I don't have a good example of it later. So instead, let me establish a better version here soon after I've established the baseline. And the baseline is some other stuff. And Randy, thank you, Randy Chrome. Again, I appreciate and prefer the YouTube thing. That one helps me hit numbers that are, like, insane to me. I have a YouTube video I need to, like, release and, you know, get out there. But the lurks on my streaming, it's easily, like, quadrupled, possibly even getting close to, like, quintupled the amount of, like, viewership I had on my YouTube channel in general. And that's one of the major metrics that YouTube cares about. So, yes, I need to make more content, but I also need to still keep shilling the lurking on my YouTube stuff. Come on, I'm only human. Oh, it seems faster over there, Randy. All right. As long as I actually remember to look at it. If I forget, it's way slower. It has happened. I'm trying to be better about it. Yeah, for sure. Jather, are you using feature flags in anything open source? Yeah, I don't have great examples, so I'm sorry about that. Yes, I need to create that standard error. I want to actually wait till I have better docs and I handle weird-ass fucking number inputs way sooner. Oh, that's fine, Jather. So remote config on Firebase, app config on AWS. Vexilla even has their own thing. Like, dude, all these fucking things are gonna have to do it, but can we have our own agnostic, like, static file based thing, abso-fucking-lutely, and that's way fucking better, because you're not beholden to some, like, one fucking host. You have the power to go every fucking place you want. It's beautiful. It's amazing. So yeah, I want to make sure this is as broadly applicable as possible. I got so much more fucking work to do, documentation to make, marketing site to make, like, oh my god. Yeah, so Standard, I don't have a good example for you yet, so I'm sorry. Yeah, my goal is to make it, like, separate from vendor lock. At that point, I can offer you the option of locking into me as a vendor, but I'd rather allow you to move anywhere you want if you can. But yeah, A/B testing. A/B testing is a service I'd have to actually, like, launch separately, in which it's, like, actually open source and fully, like, self-hostable, right? So yeah, the A/B testing thing is really, like, the only way to monetize what I'm doing, but even then, I want to make sure anyone can do it. So that's the main goal. That's the absolute main goal. Release what I got as a feature flag tool, and then as a measurement tool, you just bootstrap me on top, or maybe someone helps write a fucking wrapping layer to send it out to Growthbook or whatever. I don't give a shit. I could actually start writing adapter layers. Oh, Mesmero, you sweet summer child. Let me know the moment you get locked into Datadog. And then it becomes actually, like, one of the most prevalent comments you'll ever fucking have at every single fucking meeting about budgets. Why are we spending so much on Datadog? Oh, absolutely not X Factor. Everything I'm trying to demo is not pushed up, and I don't have it anywhere hostable yet. We are still in very much like a beta phase of this stuff, so it's not actually shareable yet. So I'm sorry, X Factor. How soon do you need this to actually, like, work on it? I could prioritize. I could be done with it within, like, a week or two. 2 weeks, actually doable. Less than a week, I'd actually, like, stress about it, but I could get it done. I don't want to stress about it, though. So, could you simply, like, reevaluate in 2 weeks? Or do I need it up and going? Okay, so you're not speaking towards an exact, hey, let's do it, like, I need it for this thing. All right, so anyone who's planning on trying to use this stuff in production, I can prioritize some stuff. But right now, I'd rather figure out the common patterns and not, like, rush anything. If that makes sense. So X Factor, Mesmero, like, anyone actually concerned with what we got right now, we're in the process of fine-tuning, and we can work on it, but yeah, none of this is at a level that someone should use in production yet. Vexilla 0.x is actually, I don't know. I'm only using it in production at the place I work at because I work on it, you know? Mm-hmm. I just mean anyone, like, trying to contribute major refactoring or, like, features, etc. I'd like to prioritize people that are actually considering using this versus just being a nice to have. So Dion, you out there? Dion, if you're out there, I'm thinking maybe like a bare minimum, like $5 a day if no one chats. As it ramps up, I pay you for like the hours you actually put in at X amount per hour. I don't want to say any actual number yet because I don't know. And then we have a way of actually tracking the amount of like time you put in, kind of thing. I actually wonder if that's actually a product we could make too. On-demand service billing. On-demand like support billing. I'm okay with that. Like, you're not gonna steal shit. Oh yeah, oh my god, you saw my board. Well, have fun, good luck. Billing is a congested market until you recognize that niches actually like win. I still think Walter, my DigitalOcean wallet-based billing as a service, is actually like a major winner. And to that same effect, I think billing for support in a way that's like actually like supportable, but they're like a contractor still, so you don't have to like treat them as an employee. I think that's actually the move. So could you have someone that lives in a time zone be a support staff for your company during X hours, and then they are support staff for another company for other hours, right? And they're just sitting there in your Discord or whatever, hanging out, listening to whatever. And the more stuff they respond to, the more it like increases their hourly rate. If they're just hanging out, then it's a baseline of, hey, you're hanging out per hour, we're paying you for that time. Like, dude, I don't know, like, I think that's actually a huge thing. I think that's a major market. Because think of how many like open source companies out there treat their fucking Discord or their Slack as like the report an issue and let's figure it out type stuff, if you're not on the enterprise contract. Nah, so X Factor, that is gameable. I think, like, bonuses? Hey, allow a user to donate extra, and that tip is yours. So yeah, it's almost like Uber. Like, the tip is just the drivers, right? It's just the fucking marketing person. Hey, did they deliver their value, right? Like, so like Uber for support staff is basically the thing. Dude, that's really not a bad idea. Like, support staff is actually, like, really in line with the gig economy. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Like, again, y'all saw it. Feel free to steal it. If you actually want to figure out the tech behind it, yeah, you can hire me. We can chat. If you think you can do the idea better than the person that had it, have fun. Good luck. If you want to pay me for my time, well, yeah, we can do that. No worries, silly Laird. Like, again, like, no expectations. You haven't, like, actually agreed to any contract, whatever. Like, we can talk about this later when you got money to spend on the idea, and I think we could actually make something happen from it. Like, but we don't got to rush anything. I think there are people that will buy this idea. If you'd like to get in with the initial investment, that would actually be useful as like a tool to let people sign up for things they want to invest in. Right, so yeah, we got one for that. Dude, yeah, I think we're having good ideas right now. Anyone who wants to steal it, have fun. Anytime you're hit with a roadblock, want to pay me? Give me some equity towards, like, the good idea brain that I totally fucking got, that you wouldn't have actually been able to, like, monetize without me. I got a good brain. Yeah, tabs are just the thing, man. Anyone who, like, disregards anything based on tabs, yeah, they can fuck off. That's actually easy. So, yeah, let's go back to custom number input. We're already a little late, and I got some Madden to play here in a bit. That'd be pretty fun. So, yeah, let's do at least a little bit of this. Nah, it's fine. It's a terrible fucking game. No one should ever play it. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yep, screw Madden. It sucks. No one should do it. I mean, so real quick, like Masmiro, Paddywhack, etc., you just saw me totally recognize the tab I needed. I don't even need letters. We're good, man. Like, I knew exactly where I wanted and needed to go. Right? So I'd just say, like, skill issue? Again, Masmiro, skill issue? I think it's a skill issue. Uh-huh. Sounds like cope. Sounds a whole lot like cope. Exactly, yeah, so duh, sounds like cope to me. Shit. There you go, Senator. This shit right here, it takes all your good feelings and turns them like great feelings. It's amazing. You don't want none of this, do we? Honestly, I think we're at the point, like, yeah. I think we all want some of this, do we? I got food to eat. We're at 6:40 p.m. I got games to play tonight. I got like 3 hours of Madden in me. Ooh, yeah, I want to warn everybody that was thinking about lurking my other stream. Yeah, I just want to say, like, if you don't like football, you're not gonna like lurking. It's fine, no big deal. Anyone who does like football, or you just don't give a shit, I think the don't give a shit crowd is actually my biggest crowd. Right? They're there for me just hanging out and playing a game. So yeah, I got gaming here. I got some terrible food I'm gonna make. It's just gonna be from some like really like pre-cooked shrimp in a bowl. I thaw that shrimp, I dump it, I season it, and I eat that shit with a fork. And it's delicious, actually. It's fucking amazing. It's one of the best things. I'll stream myself doing it, even. Yeah, you'll see me doing it over in the kitchen. No big deal. Over on the other stream. If you want to actually hang out and see it on the other stream. If not, I get it. Let's go raid someone that isn't gonna do the shrimp thing. So, oh my god, hello, it's Rufio. I haven't had a chance to raid Rufio in forever, and Rufio's awesome. Yeah, good shit. It might not be programming, but honestly, like, drawing is very similar to programming. It really is. Drawing is very similar to programming. Sometimes you gotta draw outside them lines. So, prove me wrong, but don't do it in Rufio's stream, right? If you want to prove me wrong, do it over on gaming stream. We can chat about it. But don't be a jerk to Rufio. We're gonna go say hi. Rufio kills it. I have a sub I have to go shout out over there. So please, let's go say hi. Let's let them enjoy their stream. Let's be awesome to them. And anyone who's trying to be a jerk, like, you know, you fuck up over there, you fuck up over here too. I'll happily ban someone that tries to mess up Rufio's day. So, see you guys soon. I will, you know, see you over on gaming. See some of y'all over here tomorrow. Coding. Mostly what I do most of the day, but yeah. Let's go say hi, and let's see what Rufio's up to. So, cheers, later. See you guys soon. See some of y'all over gaming. Yeah.